first year, I thought I was here because of the murder in Riften.
What are you staring at, you worthless piece of gutter trash?
What a joke. By the end of the second, I realized they didn't even care about it.
Don't cross me, elf. We got a nickname for anyone who trifles with us guards here in Windhelm. Suicide.
I knew they were never going to let me out of here, so I had to bust out. Now all I got to do is just walk right out of here like I know what I'm doing. Okay, well, we got the barracks. Let's just keep on going. Like we belong here. I'm pretty sure I lost all my stuff too.
Balgruuf won't give us a straight answer. He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Oh crap.
Don't be so sure.
Let's get the hell out of here.
We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
I managed to make it out of the prison, but I wasn't home free. The city is crawling with guards. I have to get out of here quickly.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
The tavern was my best bet for a quick exit out of the city. I was hoping to find a job as a caravan guard or a deckhand, swabbing the deck, whatever, anything to get me out of the city quickly.
I'm a lot happier out here on the deck than I am wandering around in that ruin of a city.
Sorry, but I'm not looking to hire any more crew right now.
Damn it, no one's hiring, and I'm getting desperate. Now, I'm no thief, but if you're in a bind like me, you get desperate. And I started looking for random coins or any kind of septums that was left in the rooms that were for rent. There was nothing. All I could find is a few articles of clothing. At least I can get rid of my prison rags. Now, the only thing I can think of to do is to go back into the prison. Maybe some of my stuff is still there after all these years. I don't know, but it's all I got. I put an annoyed face on and stomped right back into the prison. When stopped by a guard, I just told him that I was a merchant that hadn't been paid yet for a sword. And did he know where? And I just made up a name, and I got lucky.
Balgruuf won't give us a straight answer. He's a true Nord. He'll come around. Don't be so sure. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun. And what would you have me do?
Made it to the barracks, and just as I suspected, the barracks were clear, all the guards were on duty. I started looking around. I didn't find anything really of note, a few books, things like that. In the corner in a chest, I did find some armor, weapons, and a little bit of gold. I took everything I could. None of it was mine, but I just figured they owed me.
Farm outside the city. I haven't got all day. It's honest work. Hope nobody misses that.
It seems everybody's got their hands out these days.
I was one of the best. I'd be out there fighting the Imperial. Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart. See ya.
Once I was clear of that godforsaken place, I put on my new armor and weapons and walked right out the front door of the city.
How can Elda hate the Dark Elves when she knows so little about them? Need something?
Come, I haven't got all day. Good to see you again.
I hired the first carriage that I saw and took the first destination that he mentioned. I didn't even care where we were going.
Need something? Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off.
And as the city fell behind me, I was finally safe, and I slept better than I have slept in over 5 years.
What's the Jarl going to do about it?
Townsfolk had their torches and pitchforks outside the local Jarl's house. Something was going on.
Please, enough already. I have told Ygritte of your concerns. She'll look after you all. Please, go about your business.
Hey, what's going on?
Trust you saw the house that burned down. Peculiar bit of business that was. Make it quick. See ya.
I was curious, but this was way too much attention, and I just don't need that. Tavern is an excellent place to blend in. Just another weary traveler looking to rest, maybe catch a few rumors about a job or two.
Tell me if you change your mind.
Bartender in the tavern was all too willing to tell me about the fire. I wish to the gods that she hadn't.
It's a real pity about his wife and kid. The screams woke half the town. Most folk won't go near it now for fear it's cursed. Krogar claims it was a hearth fire. Some folks say Hrogar started it himself. He's living with Alva now. That started the day after the fire. It ain't right moving in with a new love the day after your kin die like that.
I just nodded and listened. I didn't need this. I didn't need any of this. I just needed a job and a room for the night.
Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter.
I didn't sleep much that night, but when I did sleep, I
Let me know
slept
if
with
there's
my
anything
back
else you
against the
need.
door. No one was going to be sneaking up on me again. After breakfast the next morning, I took a look at the bounty the bartender had gave me last night. Small enough job to not get noticed. Plus, bandits had gear of their own. Gold, stolen goods. No one said I had to give the goods back. They just wanted the bandits dead. That was easy enough. I kept hearing the bartender's words in my head.
It's a real pity about his wife and kid. The screams woke half the town.
Child. Ah, shit. Bandits were easy enough to find. They weren't even trying to hide. I spent most of the remaining daylight hours watching the camp. At dusk, I decided to make my move. I was pretty sure I killed everybody. I spent a long time watching the camp. I'd gotten everybody I'd seen. In the morning, under the rays of the sun, I searched the camp for real loot. Ah, a secret door. Well, well, well. Surely they have more loot than this. I literally only took this job for the loot. I don't care about the goodwill of the town.
I can't take it anymore. I began skimming a little gold from the take, bringing it down here when I can. If I can scrape enough together, I'll make a run for it. Head down river to Dragon Bridge.
They weren't very good at their jobs. They barely had anything on them. The weather was really bad by the time I got back to town. All I wanted to do was get paid, dump the rest of this loot that I found in the bandit camp, and get out of here.
Doubt me, don't they?
No, not at all. It's just...
It does not surprise me. They do not share in what I see, and I cannot explain it to them.
just guide them well, and all will work out.
I have never doubted that, husband.
The last few days were spent in a tavern looking at the bottom of a tankard. What I needed to do was get away. Maybe go south where it's warm. But I never made it out of the tavern. I couldn't get that burnt house out of my goddamn head. And it was pretty clear that the Jarl, the guards, or the townspeople weren't going to do anything about it. And I wasn't going to get any peace unless I did something about it myself.
So, life has brought you to Morthal, and to me. What purpose this serves, we will no doubt see. Welcome.
We've got trouble in town.
That which is unknown can create unease, even fear. It is to be expected. Some fear our new resident wizard. As they grow to know him, they will accept him. Time will prove me right.
No, the fire.
Hrogar's house fire? Hell, he lost his wife and daughter in the blaze. My people believe it to be cursed now. Who am I to gainsay them? Hrogar blames his wife for spilling bear fat in the fire. Many folk think he set the fire himself. Lust can make a man do the unthinkable. The ashes were still warm when he pledged himself to Alpha.
Then why not just arrest him?
On rumor and gossip? No. But you, a stranger, might find the truth for us. Sift through the ashes that others are too fearful to touch. See what they tell you. Should you prove him guilty or innocent, I will reward you. Hrogar's fate is in your hands.
There was a spirit of a little girl in the burnt house. I was pretty sure who it was, but you never know.
Who's there? Is that you, Father? Helgi, the Father says I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Are you a stranger?
She seemed sweet enough, and I wanted to take her into my confidence, so I told her I was a friend.
The smoke woke me up. I was hot and I was scared, so I hid. Then it got cold and dark. I'm not scared anymore. But I'm lonely. Will you play with me?
Just wanted to know who set the fire. I was pretty sure it was her father.
Okay, let's play hide and seek. You find me, and I'll tell
But
you.
I wasn't prepared for what she was going to tell me.
We have to wait for nighttime, though. The other one is playing too, and she can't come out until then.
What do you mean, the other one?
I can't tell you. She might hear me. She's so close. If you can find me first, I can tell you.
How the hell do you play hide and seek with a spirit? It was hours until the sun went down. Since I had time to wait, it was time for at least another mug.
Kick off your boots, stay a while. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. I got nothing but time these days.
A few hours and a few tankards later, it was time to go look for Helgi. I had no idea where to start, so I headed to the only place I knew, the burnt house. I could see lights on the hillside behind the burnt house as I got closer. The lights trailed up through the hillside. I followed them, but I was suddenly attacked, and I had no idea by who or why, but I acted quickly and struck my assailant down. It was a vampire. Vampires. God's damn it. Again. It looked like the vampire had dug up a coffin, and it wasn't the vampire's coffin. It was a small coffin. Like for a child.
You found me! Layla was trying to find me too, but I'm glad you found me first. Layla was told to burn Mommy and me, but she didn't want to.
What happened?
She wanted to play with me forever and ever. She kissed me on the neck, and I got so cold that the fire didn't even hurt. Layla thought she could take me and keep me, but she can't. I'm all burned
She's
up.
dead. Ysmir's beard.
I'm tired.
She's
I'm
a
gonna sleep for
vampire.
a while now.
It seemed that the vampire's name was Laylette, and I questioned her husband about it, who seemed quite gravely upset. He thought that she had gone to join the war effort.
I thought she left to join the Stormcloaks. She began to spend a lot of time with Alva.
It seemed his wife had begun spending time with Alva in town. The same Alva who Hrogar had left his wife and child for. The next breadcrumb, it would seem. Time to take a look at Alva's house. Now, I wasn't too surprised to find Helgi's dad in Alva's bed when I broke in, but I was surprised when he attacked me. I had no qualms, however, with putting that bastard down.
Never should have come here. You've already lost.
I looked around and all I could find was a copy of Immortal Blood, but nothing else really. So I headed down into the basement. Alva's diary told the whole story. How she was seduced by a vampire named Movra. How she in turn seduced Hrogar and then Leylette. And how Hrogar's family started to become a problem and she had Leylette burn their house down. One thing's for sure though, Hrogar definitely knew about Alva. This news was too important to wait for morning, so I burst into the Jarl's bedroom in the middle of the night and told her everything that I knew and gave her Alva's diary as proof.
Is Hrogar innocent or not? Alva? Didn't think she had it in her.
Maybe she would send the guards. Yeah, I hoped actually, but she didn't.
Accusations like that without proof. So it's true, the traitorous bitch. Morthal owes you a debt. Here, you were promised a reward for solving the crime, but I need one more favor from you. Morthal is still in danger. The journal mentions Movarth, a master vampire I thought was destroyed a century ago.
Take us to Movarth's lair.
Take us! Yeah!
Kill the vampire!
Kill him!
Kill him!
She's dead. I want vengeance for my wife. Vengeance for Leylet. We're marching on Movarth's lair, whether you come with us or not.
Now, as I exited the Jarl's house, I was met by torches and pitchforks. The townsfolk demanded retribution and wanted me to take them to Movarth's lair. I'd only just learned of it from the Jarl, and even though I was sure that most of them would flee when anything serious happened, torches and pitchforks went out every time in my book. I'm no hero.
We must kill the vampires. We have to make them pay.
Of course. But why not let him go in first?
I gotta be honest, their bravery lasted longer than I thought. It lasted all the way to the entrance to the vampire's lair.
I'm just a poor man. They may be cowards, but I'm not. I'll go with you.
And all the big talk went out the window, like it always does. All except one, Leylet's husband. Honestly, I figured he had to give it a good show for the townsfolk. But what did I know anyways?
This damn war has cost us, me, everything.
Damn fool's gonna get us killed if he doesn't stop talking.
Someone do something.
I took my time and tried to take out as many silently as possible. Well, as silent as you can be in a lair of vampires.
This damn war has cost us, me, everything.
Well, seems like you have a bit of gold left in your pockets, don't you, my friend? Yes. Let me just take this coin purse off your hands for you. Nice boots you've got there. Now, you just stay here with all your friends, and I'm gonna go get
Someone there? I was sure I heard something.
The sight was grisly, and the dead were piled like cordwood. But this sight is pretty common among these types of creatures. Time to push on. I started silently down the hallway, with this blasted fool standing behind me with a torch. If he lives through this, it'll be by the gods' mercy alone. I moved silently into an elevated position just above a main chamber. There was a large table in the middle of the room and all manner of human remains covering the top of it. Time for Helgi to get some justice.
Careful.
Is someone there?
And just like I thought, when the action started, Thorn disappeared. But who am I kidding? I didn't actually blame him. Hell, I used to be him.
Anybody there? Mercy!
With Mavra dead, I cleared out the remaining vampires easily enough and looted a few items for my troubles and headed back to town, to the Jarl, to report my success.
What was that?
Mother's calling me. It's time for me to sleep now. I'm so tired. Thank you for making her feel better. He kissed me on the neck, and I got so cold that the fire didn't. Mother's calling me. It's time for me to sleep now. I'm so tired. Thank you for making her feel better.
I reported Movra's death to the Jarl, thinking that would be the end of it. Maybe a few clinks of gold and a thank you so that I could get a few more tankards of mead at the tavern. But she offered to make me Thane if I helped out more of her people. I swear I almost laughed out loud. I may have.
By the 8, I didn't think he could do it. Now maybe we can put all this behind us. Take this as a token of our gratitude. There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane.
I still had the spirit of that little girl's voice running through my head when I got to Whiterun. I headed to the nearest tavern, and it wasn't long before I heard talk about the Hall of Vigilance that had been overrun by vampires.
Haven't you heard that the Hall of the Vigilance was destroyed by vampires? They never took the threat seriously, and now they paid the price.
Even though it had been what seems like ages since Meridia had tasked me with destroying vampires, you don't forget the promises that you make to the goddess.
A new day is dawning, and you shall be its herald.
And even though I had lost Dawnbreaker while in prison, I was still determined to keep my oath to her.
Suppose you're going to buy something this time?
Looking over my map, I determined that the Dawnguard were southeast of Riften. I would need to trek through the mountains to get there, but I would have a better understanding of what was going on once I had arrived.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
Climbing back and we'll be off.
Yeah, right.
You might run into some of them lizard folk at Riften. Quite a few of them work the docks there, not sure why. They like swimming in the lake, maybe.
Once I made it to Riften, I moved southeast, trying to stay on the roads as I traveled. The areas these days were packed with dangers, and it wasn't long before I came across my very first group of bandits. Where there's bandits, there's loot. I had never seen this canyon before, and it's not like I traveled all of Skyrim and explored every inch, but I had never seen this canyon, and I'd never heard whisper
Oh,
of it.
hey there. You here to join the Dawnguard too? Truth is, I'm a little nervous. I've never done anything like this before. I hope you don't mind if I walk up with you. Hey, don't tell Isran I was afraid to meet him by myself. Not the best first impression for a new vampire hunter, I get.
New recruits. Isran will decide if you've got what it takes. Go on, he's right inside.
You hear, Tolan? The Vigilance and I were finished with each other a long time ago.
You know why I'm here. The Vigilants are under attack everywhere. The vampires are much more dangerous than we believed.
And now you want to come running to safety with the Dawnguard. Is that it? I remember Keeper Carset telling me repeatedly that Fort Dawnguard is a crumbling ruin, not worth the expense and manpower to repair. And now that you've stirred up the vampires against you, you come begging for my protection.
Isran, Carset is dead. The Hall of the Vigilance, everyone, dead. You were right, we were wrong. Isn't that enough for you?
Yes, well, I never wanted any of this to happen. I tried to warn all of you. I am sorry, you know. So who are you?
So the rumors were true about the Hall of the Vigilance. And when asked, I told him I was here to join the Dawnguard.
You heard right. I'm glad word's finally starting to get around. But that means it won't be long before the vampires start to take notice as well. I need someone out in the field taking the fight to the damn vampires, while we're getting the fort back into shape. Tolan was telling me about some cave the Vigilants were poking around in. Seemed to think it was related to these recent vampire attacks. Tolan, tell him about, what was it? Dim Hollow.
Dim Hollow Crypt. Brother Adelwald was sure it held some long-lost vampire artifact of some kind. We didn't listen to him any more than we did Isran. He was at the hall when it was attacked.
Here, you should take a crossbow. Good for taking out those fiends before they get close. Feel free to poke around the fort and take what you need. There isn't much yet, but you're welcome to anything you can use. We're trained.
I know what you think of us. You think we're soft, that we're cowards. You think our deaths proved our weakness. And are granted you do not have to face the same test and be found wanting. I'm going to Dim Hollow Crypt. Perhaps I can be of some small assistance to you.
You there, boy. Stop skulking in the shadows and step up here. What's your name?
Dim Hollow is a great distance away from Fort Dawnguard, and it took several days to get there. And as prepared as I thought I was for what lay within, truth be told, I had no idea. Luckily, the vampires had no idea I was there. I crept as quietly as I could and stuck to the shadows. Crypts in these parts were notorious for the dead rising. Add to that the giant frost spiders and vampires. I had to be careful and strike from the shadows.
I'll never tell you anything, vampire. I oath to Stendar, stronger than any suffering you can inflict on me.
I believe you, Vigilant. And I don't think you even know what you found here. So go and meet your beloved Stendar.
Are you sure that was wise, Lokiel? He still might have told us something. We haven't gotten anywhere ourselves without him.
He served his purpose by leading us to this place. Now, it is up to us to bring Harkon the prize. And we will not return without it. Vingalmo and...
I know what you're thinking here. And you're right. I was thinking it too. What the hell is this? It looked like some kind of ancient puzzle or lock. All right, hold up. Who the hell is this?
Who sent you here? I was expecting someone like me, at least.
I mean, like,
Vampire, yes.
I had so many questions, but she wasn't hostile towards me, even though she was a vampire. Why was she locked away in the first place?
That's complicated. And I'm not totally sure if I can trust you. But if you want to know the whole story, help me get back to my family's home. My family used to live on an island to the west of Solitude. I would guess they still do. By the way, my name is Serana. Good to meet you.
Serana wasn't like any vampire I had ever met. She was kind. She had some kind of a burden, though, that weighed heavy on her. I could feel it. I pressed her again.
Into that with you, if that's all right. I'm sorry. It's not that. It's just that I don't know who I can trust yet. Let's get to my home, and I'll have a better sense of where we all stand.
I decided I was going to help her,
It's on
so
an
I
island
asked where
in
she lived.
Solitude. Hopefully we can find a boat to take us there. It's my family home. Not the most welcoming place, but depending on who's around, I'll be safe there. Who is Skyrim's High King?
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. I told her about the civil war with the Empire in Skyrim.
Oh, wonderful.
She seemed
A war of
generally shocked
secession.
about the Empire.
Good to know the world didn't get boring while I was gone. Who are the contenders? Empire? What empire? Cyrodiil is the seat of an empire? I must have been gone longer than I thought. Definitely longer than we planned. Please, let's hurry. I need to get home so I can figure out what's happened.
All the mystery of trying to find out who exactly Serana was, I failed to notice that she had an Elder Scroll strapped to her back.
Yes, it is. And it's mine. I can't really talk about it. I'm sorry.
Serana definitely wasn't going to answer any questions that I had. So the only thing left to do was to get going.
Who's there?
Even in her weakened state, she fought. I was impressed. It took us several days before we got into Morthal. We needed to rest and resupply before continuing the last half of the journey to Serana's home. And I wanted to unload some of this loot I had been hauling all over the region.
Yes? Take a look. Good day.
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
Oh, do come in. I hope I have what you need. If you need any alchemy supplies, I'll do my best to provide. So, you're interested in my potions and ingredients? Aye.
As much as I wanted to, we couldn't linger too long in town. Serana was a vampire after all, and folks in Skyrim wouldn't be as understanding as I was. Just outside a small town, we found the remains of a caravan. Took the journal from the body, and it told an eerily familiar story of the Legion and merchants like I used to be. I begged my husband not to go. He just wouldn't listen. He said he delayed for even a week the Legion would find someone else to take it south. Just like they had done to me. So many caravans have been attacked. Travelers vanished. Some say it's just bandits. There are rumors of even worse. What the hell is this? I don't have time for this right now. I swear, if I live through whatever this is, I will find out. We got into Dragon's Bridge as the sun was setting, and I chose to get a room for the night and travel again in the morning. I didn't want to travel at night given the circumstances. My only hope was that Serana could stay out of trouble long enough that we could get out of town in the morning.
I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
In the morning, we got out of town and continued our journey. The goal was to keep moving and hopefully no one would figure out that Serana was a vampire. As we headed further north, however, the weather grew colder, and soon we had a winter storm threatening to end our journey. We sought shelter nearby for warmth and to pass the time until the storm had passed, but nothing is ever easy, is it? Once we cleared everything, we waited out the storm and headed down to the small dock near Serana's home, and finally to meet her father.
How dare you trespass here? Wait, Serana? Is that truly you? I cannot believe my eyes. My lord, everyone! Serana has returned.
I guess I'm expected.
I can't believe it.
My long-lost daughter returns at last. I trust you have my Elder Scroll.
After all these years, that's the first thing you ask me? Yes, I have the scroll.
Of course.
She has the scroll.
Delighted to see you, my daughter. Must I really say the words aloud? Ah, if only your traitor mother were here. Watch this reunion before putting her head on a spike. Now tell me, who is this stranger you have brought into our hall?
This is my savior, the one who freed me.
For my daughter's safe return, you have my gratitude. I am Harkon, Lord of this court. By now, my daughter will have told you what we are. Not just vampires. We are among the oldest and most powerful vampires in Skyrim. For centuries we lived here, far from the cares of the world. All that ended when my wife betrayed me and stole away that which I valued most. You have done me a great service, and now you must be rewarded. There is but one gift I can give that is equal in value to the Elder Scroll and my daughter. I offer you my blood. Take it and you will walk as a lion among sheep. Men will tremble at your approach, and you will never fear death again. Then you will be prey, like all mortals. I will spare your life this once, but you will be banished from this hall. Perhaps you still need convincing. Behold the power! This is the power that I offer. Now, make your choice.
There is no way I'd ever become that thing. I declined his offer, and true to his word, I was removed safely from their castle.
Like all soldiers, I banish you.
But Serana and the Elder Scroll were gone. I had been a fool.
Soreen, you'll find room to start your tinkering on that crossbow design you've been working on. Gunmar, there's an area large enough for you to pen up some trolls. Get them armored up and ready for use. In the meantime, we're going to get to the bottom of why a vampire showed up here looking for you. Let's go have a little chat with it, shall we?
Not what I was expecting to hear from Isran, I'll admit. But he didn't kill me where I stood, so hell, let's go find out what he's blabbering about.
Let's hear it.
Well, isn't this just a kick in the
Probably
head?
weren't expecting to see
What
me
the
again.
hell are you doing here?
I'd rather not be here either, but I needed to talk to you. It's important, so please just listen, before your friend here loses his patience. Well, it's about me, and the Elder Scroll that was buried with me.
I knew there was another boot about to fall, and this must have been it.
The reason I was down there, and why I had the Elder Scroll. It all comes back to my father. I'm guessing you figured this part out already, but my father's not exactly a good person, even by vampire standards. He wasn't always like that, though. There was a turn. He stumbled onto this obscure prophecy and just kind of lost himself in it.
What do you mean, lost himself?
He just became absorbed, obsessed. He was kind of sick, actually. The prophecy said that vampires would no longer need to fear the sun. For someone who fancied himself as vampire royalty, that's pretty seductive. Anyway, my mother and I didn't feel like inviting a war with all of Tamriel, so we tried to stop him. That's why I was sealed away with the scroll.
I still wasn't sure why she wanted my help.
I'm sorry. I had heard there were vampire hunters here. I thought they might want to know about a vampire plot to enslave the rest of the world. Was I wrong?
And she was a smartass. I gotta admit, I kinda liked her.
That was the plan, yes. Assuming the rest of them can trust a vampire. Come on, I'll need you to help convince them.
All right, you've heard what it has to say. Now tell me, is there any reason I shouldn't kill this blood-sucking fiend right now?
Isran's hate of vampires was so blind, I couldn't tell the difference between his hate and Serana's father's hate of humankind. It was mind-numbing.
Why? Because of that story about the prophecy, about some vampire trying to put the sun out? Do you actually believe any of that?
See what I mean?
Who knows? Maybe it has a death wish. Maybe it's just insane. I don't really care. It can stay for now. But if it so much as lays a finger on anyone here, I'll hold you responsible. Got it, you hear me? Don't feel like a guest, because you're not. You're a resource. You're an asset. In the meantime, don't make me regret my sudden outburst of tolerance and generosity. Because if you do, your friend here is going to pay for it.
Thank you for your kindness. I'll remember it the next time I'm feeling hungry. So, in case you didn't notice the giant thing on my back, I have the Elder Scroll with me. Whatever it says, it will have something that can help us stop my father. But of course, neither of us can read it. Well, the moth priests are the only ones I've heard of who can do it. They spend years preparing before they start reading, though. Not that it helps us anyway, because they're all half a continent away, in Cyrodiil.
Some Imperial scholar arrived in Skyrim a few days ago. I was staking out the road when I saw him pass by. Maybe that's your moth priest.
Do you know where he's staying now?
No, and I'm not going to waste men looking. We're fighting a war against your kind, and I intend to win it. You want to find him? Try talking to anyone who'd meet a traveler. Innkeepers and carriage drivers in the big cities, maybe. But you're on your own.
Any idea how you're going to find a moth priest? Skyrim's a pretty big place.
I had no clue where to start.
Well, back before the College of Winterhold was the first place I'd think to go for any kind of magic or historical thing. The wizards know about all kinds of things that people probably shouldn't know about. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm going to come along with you. I've been really wanting to get out and explore a bit.
We headed out to Riften first, and we must have been on the right track because we were attacked right outside the gate.
Need a ride?
Carriage driver wasn't much help. There was no way I was going to
One
get
of
that
them
lucky
Imperial
anyway.
scholars, right? Old man with a gray robe. Might be that I have. I can't say for sure. I got enough troubles on my mind just trying to scrape by out. Until next time.
But Serana sprung into action before I even knew there was an attack. and I was starting to wonder if my instincts were right about her after all. We held up at the tavern for the night, and in the morning we caught a carriage to Whiterun, hoping to hear any rumblings about the Moth Priest.
I can't wait here forever. When I'm in Whiterun, I always visit the Gildergreen. It never hurts to pay your respects to Lady Kinnereth, particularly in my line of work.
I figured Whiterun would be the obvious spot to start looking next, being located centrally in the Tundra Plains, surrounded by the majestic mountains. It saw its fair share of travelers and merchants to the city, and I figured somebody was bound to have encountered him in their travels. But the moon was hiding behind thunderous rain clouds in the pitch of night when we got into town. And I asked a few people outside the city walls if they'd seen a moth priest, and then we hurried into a tavern for shelter from the storm.
One of them Imperial scholars, right? Old man with a gray robe. Might be that I have, but I can't say for sure. I got enough troubles on my mind just trying to scrape by out here. Oh yeah, I remember your moth priest now. He wanted me to take him out to Dragonbridge, but I told him it ain't one of my stops.
You know, it's funny what a few septums will do to loosen a tongue. It appears our journey takes us to Dragon's Bridge.
Got something to ask about everybody in here. Holler if you have any questions.
You could hear the storm pounding on the roof's tiles above our heads as we entered the inn. I made for the fire to sit near it to dry out, grab a meal, and perhaps a few moments of shut-eye. For now, Dragon's Bridge could wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, so?
So?
I'll be happy to assist you.
We managed to break that mare and bring her back here. We can sell her for a small fortune.
Oh, okay. So we should try to, what, capture it?
Yes, son. We should try to capture it.
You lost?
Night travel meant most people were locked safe inside their homes. But we didn't want to raise any alarms, seeing as Serana was a vampire. Perhaps one of the guards or patrons in the tavern had seen the Moth Priest pass by recently, seeing how the Whiterun carriage driver had said the Moth Priest had been looking to go to Dragon's Bridge not too long ago. It wasn't much of a stretch, and I could feel that we were getting close.
So that was a moth priest then. He rode through town not long ago with an escort of soldiers. They didn't stop, just headed south across the Dragon Bridge.
A lucky break at last! We wasted no time heading south as the guard had instructed. It wasn't long before we found signs of a struggle. Dead Imperial soldiers, dead vampires, near an overturned cart. One of the vampires had a note that outlined details of an ambush, but they left a blood trail that was so easy to follow, even my mortal eyes could see it in the dark. Prepare an ambush just south of Dragon's Bridge. Take the Moth Priest to Forebearer's holdout for safekeeping until I can break him. That was nearby, and the blood trail led right there. This was definitely the place. It was guarded like an Imperial fort. The only option we had was to go slow, use stealth, and take them one at a time.
Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Control my actions. Thank you for breaking that foul vampire's hold over me. I owe you a debt for the timely rescue.
God damn it, he almost killed me. I did not expect him to attack his rescuer.
If I'd known Skyrim was so dangerous, I'd have brought more guards. Dexian Evicus is my name. I'm a moth priest of the White Gold Tower. These vampires claimed they had some purpose in store for me, but they wouldn't say what. Probably hoping to ransom me, the fools.
Serana and I quickly told him about the Elder Scroll and that we needed his help to transcribe it. But alas, he only told us how we could help ourselves.
You have an Elder Scroll? Remarkable. If my knowledge of history serves me, I recall that the Dawnguard was an ancient order of vampire hunters. I will be happy to assist you with your Elder Scroll. Just tell me where I need to go.
Back to Isron and the Dawnguard to make preparations for the reading.
Ah, hello there. Ah, my rescuer. It's good to see you again. It's not exactly the hospitality I'm used to, but your man Isran has seen to my needs well enough. And might I add, this is a remarkable fortress. I have colleagues back home that would love to study this place.
I honestly didn't care about the castle. I just wanted to know what the scroll said and how to stop Harkon.
The scroll can tell. Now, if everyone will please be quiet, I must concentrate. I see a vision before me, an image of a great bow. I know this weapon. It is Auri-El's bow. Now a voice whispers, saying, among the night's children, a dread lord will rise. In an age of strife, when dragons return to the realm of men, darkness will mingle with light, and the night and the day will be as one. The voice fades and the words begin to shimmer and distort. But wait, there is more here. The secret of the bow's power is written elsewhere. I think there is more to the prophecy, recorded in other scrolls. Yes, I see them now. One contains the ancient secrets of the dragons, and the other speaks of the potency of ancient blood. My vision darkens, and I see no more. To know the complete prophecy, we must have the other two scrolls. I must rest now. The reading has made me weary.
Come on, old man. You should get some rest.
Did he just say 2 other scrolls? Hopefully Serana knew something.
Have a moment to talk. That moth priest, Dexian. He said we needed 2 other Elder Scrolls. I think I know where we can start looking.
Now she says something.
Half the people in your little crew would just as soon kill me as talk to me. That doesn't exactly make me want to open up. I got a warmer welcome from my father, and that's saying something.
Okay, fair enough. Where are we going from here, Serana?
It's not a question of trust. He's just obsessed with the prophecy. And from what I could tell, 1,000 extra years of obsession haven't made him any better. We should have found him a hobby. I don't even think he sees me as his daughter anymore. A means to an end. We need to find my mother, Valerica. She'll definitely know where it is. And if we're lucky, she actually has it herself. The last time I saw her, she said that she'd go somewhere safe. Somewhere that my father would never search. Other than that, she wouldn't tell me anything. But the way she said it, someplace he would never search. It was cryptic, yet she called attention to it.
Maybe your mother didn't trust you either. That's why she didn't tell you.
Maybe. What I can't figure out is why she said it that way. Besides, I can't imagine a single place my father would avoid looking. And he's had all this time, too. Any ideas?
If I wanted to hide something from a maniac, I would hide it right under his nose, like in his own castle.
Wait, that almost makes sense. There's a courtyard in the castle. I used to help her tend a garden there. All of the ingredients for our potions came from there. She used to say that my father couldn't stand the place. Too peaceful.
Wait, what do you mean, almost makes sense?
There's an unused inlet on the northern side of the island that was used by the previous owners to bring supplies into the castle. An old escape tunnel from the castle exits there. I think that's our way in. It's around the side of the castle. Let's move.
My father used to tell me, son, bravery and stupidity can often be mistaken for one another. I wonder which one I am right now.
Where'd you come from? That'll teach you.
I actually don't think Serana's father expected anyone to come in the back door. He didn't leave it too well guarded. Nevertheless, we needed to be quiet and cautious from here out.
Yeah? Some days this would smell just...
Not good enough to live in their stupid keep, am I? Stupid sods don't realize I've moved into the Undercroft and started taking control of their own death hounds. I'll get my revenge. Not anymore, you won't. Moving on.
This is one of those weird double-barred security measures that my father put in when he got more paranoid. If we follow that path around, we can find the other switch. We've made it to the courtyard. Oh no. What happened to this place? Everything's been torn down. The whole place looks, well, dead. It's like we're the first to set foot here in centuries. This used to lead into the castle's great hall. Looks like my father had it sealed up. I used to walk through here after evening meals. It was beautiful once. Do you know how beautiful something can be when it's tended by a master for hundreds of years? She would have hated to see it like this. Wait. Something's wrong with the moon dial here. Some of the crests are missing and the dial is askew. I didn't even know the crests could be removed. Maybe my mother's trying to tell us something.
All I could say was it was far too dark for me to see anything like Serana could see. I needed a torch to even see my hand in front of my face. I could tell, though, that the mirrors resembled the phases of the moon, so the missing pieces needed to be found and set according to the moon's phases, I think. Serana wasn't being very helpful. What in the hells is this?
Very clever, Mother. Very clever. I've never been in those tunnels before, but I'd bet they'd run right under the courtyard and into the tower ruins. Well, at least we're getting closer. Let's go.
A hidden passage underneath a nocturnal garden that was separate from the hidden catacombs underneath an old, crumbling castle. Does it get any stranger than this? Probably.
I've never even seen this part of the castle before. Be careful. I don't know what might be around. Who's there? That'll teach you.
My hope was Serana knew something of this place, but she didn't. And it was starting to seem to me like her parents were keeping her in the dark about most things.
We're getting close.
Unfortunately.
I'd always just assumed that the other tower was completely destroyed inside. My mother kept this a secret, even from me. She must have been up to something she thought was dangerous. If I had to guess, I'd say the moment Mother fled the castle, Father went on a rampage. Knowing him, anything at all that reminded him of her was just destroyed. Turns out my mother was sneakier than I thought. Oh, what she's hiding. There. I knew I heard
something. Truth be told, I was starting to think the god sent me to the Dawnguard for this crossbow alone. I still wasn't sure about Serana.
We're getting close. Who's there? We're getting close. I'm sure of it.
Your mom kept gargoyles?
Not that I ever saw. My mother had a bit of a thing for magical constructs. Not what you're thinking. She just found them fascinating.
Tell me about your family, Serana. It's time.
There's not a whole lot to tell. You've already seen my father's obsession. My mother's not a whole lot better, but you'll see that soon enough.
So you weren't really close to him, as if I couldn't tell already.
My father... No, not really. I did spend a lot of time with my mother, but she saw me more like a protege than a daughter. What about you? What were your parents like?
They were good people, but they died during the Civil War, and I miss them dearly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a bad memory. Let's just keep going. Who's there? I knew I heard something. Who's there? I knew I heard something.
By now you're probably thinking what I'm thinking. This is a waste of time. There is nothing here. In fact, it seems like this whole place is a forgotten ruin of the previous occupants. But there was something here. We just had to keep looking.
Where'd you come from?
She saved my goddamn life. Can you believe it? She saved my goddamn life. I was gone. I should be dead. But she saved my life. I was wrong.
I don't think we've reached the top yet. I bet there's some kind of secret passage around here. Leave it to my mother. Always smarter than I gave her credit for.
And here it is in all its glory.
Look at this place. This has to be it. I knew she was deep into necromancy. I mean, she taught me everything I know. But I had no idea she had a setup like this. Look at all this. She must have spent years collecting these components. And what's this thing? I'm not sure about this circle, but it's obviously something. Let's take a look around. There has to be something here that tells us where she's gone.
What exactly were we looking for?
My mother was meticulous about her research. If we can find her notes, there might be some hints in there. I had no idea her laboratory even existed. She had an alchemy set up in her drawing room, but nothing that even comes close to what's here. I remember she used to keep a small journal. See if you can dig it up. Keep searching for her notes. She probably had a journal or something.
Harkon's short-sightedness is becoming a serious problem. I've warned him time and time again that his foolish prophecy would cast far too much light on our people. And yet he refuses to so much as listen to a word I say. I've become less a wife and more of an annoyance in his eyes. Devoting attention to my work is the only solace I can find while enduring his ridiculous crusade.
Any luck yet? You did? Let me see them. I only know what she told me. She had a theory about soul gems. That the souls inside of them don't just vanish when they end up in the soul cairn. The soul cairn is home to very powerful beings. Necromancers send them souls and receive powers of their own in return. My mother spent a lot of time trying to contact them directly, to travel to the soul cairn itself. That circle in the center of the room is definitely some type of portal. If I'm reading this right, there's a formula here that should give us safe passage into the soul cairn.
What does the journal say we need?
A handful of soul gem shards, some finely ground bone meal, a good bit of purified void salts. Oh, damn it.
Not now, we have come so far.
We're also going to need a sample of her blood, which, if we could get that, we wouldn't even be trying to do this in the first place.
Don't you share her blood?
Not bad. We'd better hope that's good enough. Mistakes with these kind of portals can be gruesome. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get started. Then the rest is up to me. Are you ready to go? I'm not entirely sure what this thing is going to do when I add my blood.
Before we went headlong into this whole thing, I wanted to know what she'd planned to do when she finally was face to face with her mother.
I've been asking myself the same thing since we came back to the castle. She was so sure of what we did to my father. I couldn't help but go along with her. I never thought of the cost. I just didn't expect anyone to care how I felt about her. Thank you. Are we ready then? All right, here goes. By the blood of my ancestors. Created a portal to Soul Cairn. Incredible. Now that I think about it, I should have expected that. Sorry. It's hard to describe. The Soul Cairn is... well, hungry, for lack of a better word. It's trying to take your life essence as payment.
So there's no way in then?
There might be, but I don't think you're going to like it. Vampires aren't counted among the living. I could probably go through there without a problem.
Are you saying I need to become a vampire?
Not your first choice, I'd guess?
There has got to be another way.
Maybe. We could just pay the toll another way. It wants a soul, so we give it a soul. Yours.
What? Wouldn't that kill me?
My mother taught me a trick or two. I could partially soul trap you and offer that gem to the Ideal Masters. It might be enough to satisfy them. It would make you a bit weaker when we travel through the Soul Cairn, but we might be able to fix that once we're inside. Maybe. I'm sorry. I wish I knew a better way, something that would be easier for you. Just know that whatever path you choose, I won't think any less of you. Sometimes things just have to be done. I know that better than anybody. Have you made up your mind? I'm willing to turn you, but you need to think it through. You've become the very thing you've sworn to destroy. Turning someone is a very... personal thing for vampires. It's intimate. For us. I don't want you to feel like I'm forcing you into this.
There wasn't much choice, to be honest. I consented.
Good. I promise to try and make this as painless as possible. Hold still.
I heard a faint whispering sound. Almost like somebody was calling my name. It was Serana's voice, cascading inside my head. My heart started to race when I realized her lips did not move. I blinked as Serana lunged forward, sinking her teeth into my neck. I felt a strange sensation coursing through my body. Like warmth could not find a home here. My skin pricked as if I were covered in tiny needles, and I felt a deep ache in my bones. A hunger, unlike any I had ever felt before.
Layla thought she could take me and keep me, but she can't. I'm all burned
She's
up.
dead.
What have I done? What the hells have I done?
The smell here. Let's try to handle this quickly.
She wasn't exaggerating. I could smell it too. It was pungent and sickly sweet. Like death, I guess. But I had never smelled it so strong before.
What am I doing here? I don't belong in a place like this.
I remember, in the end, 76 cliff racers were slaughtered. I was knee-deep in their corpses. My body was on the verge of collapse, but I had survived. I smiled to the heavens, and all went black. When I awoke, all I felt was my back on a cold stone floor. Every muscle in my body was on fire, and my vision was blurred. Slowly, I tried to climb to my feet. It took several agonizing. Where the hell was Serana?
Where'd you come from? That'll teach you. Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from? Yeah! That'll teach you.
There was no way to know where Serana's mom was. There was no trail, no hints, no nothing to follow. Our best hope was to wander around and look for landmarks.
Mother's calling me. It's time for me to sleep now. I'm so tired. Thank you for making her feel better.
Mother? Mother!
Can't be. Serana?
Is it really you? I can't believe it. How do we get inside? We have to talk.
Serana, what are you doing here? Where's your father?
He doesn't know we're here. I don't have time to explain.
I must have failed. Harkon's found a way to decipher the prophecy, hasn't he?
No, you've got it all wrong. We're here to stop him. To make everything right.
Wait a moment. You've brought a stranger here? Have you lost your mind?
No, you don't...
You, come forward. I would speak with you. So how has it come to pass that a vampire hunter is in the company of my daughter? It pains me to think you'd travel with Serana under the guise of her protector in an effort to hunt me down.
It wasn't going to be any simple feat convincing her that I was here to protect her daughter as a vampire hunter, but I had to try.
Coming from one who murders vampires as a trade, I find it hard to believe your intentions are noble. Serana has sacrificed everything to prevent Harkon from completing the prophecy. I would have expected her to explain that to me.
I'm here to help her with the Elder's Scroll.
You think I'd have the audacity to place my own daughter in that tomb for the protection of her Elder Scroll alone? The scrolls are merely a means to an end. The key to the tyranny of the sun is Serana herself.
This whole thing just keeps getting stranger. What are you talking about?
When I fled Castle Volkihar, I fled with 2 Elder Scrolls. The scroll I presume you found with Serana speaks of Auri-El and his arcane weapon, Auri-El's bow. The second scroll declares that the blood of Cold Harbor's daughter will blind the eye of the dragon. Like myself, Serana was a human once. We were devout followers of Lord Molig Bal. Tradition dictates the females be offered to Molig Bal on his summoning day. Few survive the ordeal. Those that do emerge as a pure-blooded vampire. We call such confluences the Daughters of Cold Harbor.
Wait a minute. You're saying Harkon needs the blood of his daughter to
Now you're
complete the
beginning to see
ritual?
why I wanted to protect Serana, and why I've kept the other Elder Scroll as far from her as possible. If Harkon obtained Auri-El's bow, and Serana's blood was used to taint the weapon, the tyranny of the sun would be complete. In his eyes, she'd be dying for the good of all vampires.
The words that came out of my mouth next, I did not expect, but I found myself pledging to protect her.
And how exactly do you plan on stopping him?
And I definitely was going to need her mother's help to do it.
Have you been listening to me? Like Serana, I'm a pure-blooded vampire. My presence on Tamriel is as much of a danger as hers.
Neither one of us actually stopped to ask Serana what she wanted. What did she think?
You care nothing for Serana, or our plight. Whether or not you've become one of us in order to survive the soul, you're still a vampire hunter at heart. You're here because we're abominations in your mind. Evil creatures that need to be destroyed.
Not once have I taken issue with the vampires that I've put down. This is true. But Serana was different, and she deserved a chance. And I was going to give it to her regardless of what her mom said.
Serana? This stranger aligns himself with those that would hunt you down and slay you like an animal. Yet I should entrust you to him.
This stranger has done more for me in the brief time I've known him than you've done in centuries.
How dare you? I gave up everything I cared about to protect you from that fanatic you call a father.
Yes, he's a fanatic. He's changed. But he's still my father. Why can't you understand how that makes me feel?
If you'd only open your eyes.
The moment
your father discovers your role in the prophecy, that he needs your blood, you'll be in terrible danger.
So to protect me, you decided to shut me away from everything I cared about. You never asked me if hiding me in that tomb was the best course of action. You just expected me to follow you blindly. Both of you were obsessed with your own paths. Your motivations might have been different, but in the end, I'm still just a pawn to you two. I want us to be a family again. But I don't know if we can ever have that. Maybe we don't deserve that kind of happiness. Maybe it isn't for us. But we have to stop him before he goes too far. And to do that, we need the Elder Scroll.
I'm sorry, Serana. I didn't know. I didn't see. I've allowed my hatred of your father to estrange us for too long. Forgive me. If you want the Elder Scroll, it's yours. Your intentions are still somewhat unclear to me, but for Serana's sake, I'll assist you in any way that I can. Yes, I've kept it safely secured here ever since I was imprisoned. Fortunately, you're in a position to breach the barrier that surrounds these ruins.
Now we're getting somewhere. What do I need to do?
You need to locate the tallest of the rocky spires that surround these ruins. At their bases, the barrier's energy is being drawn from unfortunate souls that have been exiled here. Destroy the keepers that are tending them, and it should bring the barrier down. One more word of warning. There's a dragon that calls itself Durnevere roaming the Cairn. Be wary of him. The Ideal Masters have charged him with overseeing the Keepers, and will undoubtedly intervene if you're perceived as a threat.
Oh good, a Lich Dragon. It just keeps on getting better.
When I entered the Soul Cairn, I had intended to strike a bargain with the Ideal Masters, the custodians of this place.
What kind of bargain?
I requested refuge in the Soul Cairn, and in exchange, I would provide the Ideal Masters the souls that they craved. If I had foreseen the value they placed on my own soul, I would never have come here. The Ideal Masters unleashed their keepers and sent them to destroy me. Fortunately, I was able to hold them at bay and retreat into these ruins. Unfortunately, yes. Since the Keepers weren't able to claim my soul, they had their minions construct a barrier that I'd never be able to breach.
So after she imprisoned her daughter for over 1,000 years, she too became imprisoned, all to hide from Harkon. All the tragedy that has wrought. How sad.
Time has very little meaning to me. Consequently, it has little meaning to the Ideal Masters as well. I suppose you could call this the ultimate waiting game, each watching the other to see which would give in. Be careful, and keep my daughter safe.
I had no idea what I was going to face when I fought the Guardians. All I knew is that it had to be done to save Valerica so that I could save Serana. Life has weird twists in it, you know? My father used to say, "Don't look back, son. You're not going that way." I guess that's true. Better start going.
Where'd you... Done and...
He'll help you get around this wretched place. I'm sure he'd be much happier someplace sunnier. Goodbye, hero. Take good care of Arvak for me. Of course.
you managed to destroy all 3 keepers? Very impressive. Yes. Please follow me. Keep watch for Durnevere. With the prison's barrier down, he's almost certain to investigate.
Hear something.
It's Durnevere. He's here. Defend yourselves!
Where'd you come from? She's leading us to the scroll. Come on, she's leading us to the scroll.
Read my astonishment, but I never thought I'd witness the death of that dragon. Volumes written on Durnevere allege that he can't be slain by normal means. It appears they were mistaken. Unless... the soul of a dragon is as resilient as its owner's scaly hide. It's possible that your killing blow has merely displaced Durnevere's physical form while he reconstitutes himself. Minutes, hours, years, I can't even begin to guess. I suggest we don't wait around to find out. Now, let's get you the Elder Scroll and you can be on your way. Now that you've retrieved the Elder Scroll, you should be on your way.
I can't believe we found my mother alive. Well, you know what I mean.
As I left Valerica in that godforsaken place, The dragon instead perched right outside the door, waiting for me. I had no idea what he wanted. But he wasn't attacking, so let's go find out.
Stay your weapons. I would speak with you, Quinarin.
But I killed you, dragon.
Cursed, not dead. Doomed to exist in this form for eternity. Trapped between Laas and Enoch. Between life and death.
A tragic fate, surely, but pray tell me, why are we speaking?
I believe in civility among seasoned warriors, and I find your ear worthy of my words. My claws have rended the flesh of innumerable foes, but I have never once been felled on the field of battle. I therefore name you Quinarin, or Vanquisher in your tongue.
I found civility to be particularly useful here, so I returned his civility in kind. You honor me, dragon. I found you exceptionally worthy opponent as well.
Your words do me great honor. My desire to speak with you was born from the result of our battle, Quinarin. I merely wish to respectfully ask a favor of you.
Now here's a twist I didn't see coming.
For countless years I've roamed the Soul Cairn in unintended service to the ideal master. Before this, I roamed the skies above Tamriel. I desire to return there. I fear that my time here has taken its toll upon me. I share a bond with this dreaded place. If I ventured far from the Soul Cairn, my strength would begin to wane until I was no more.
I'm no fool. A dragon as an ally is particularly useful in my
I will place my name with you, and grant you the right to call my name from Tamriel. Do me this simple honor, and I will fight at your side as your Graze Mazen, your ally, and teach you my Thum.
So just call your name, that's it.
Trivial in your mind, perhaps. For me, it would mean a great deal. I don't require an answer, Quinarin. Simply speak my name to the heavens when you feel the time is right.
All we had to do was go back to the Dawnguard castle, talk to the moth priest, and get him to read the next scroll. There was a problem. I was a vampire, and they weren't just gonna let me walk right in the door.
How dare you set foot in here after being infected by those foul beasts? I ought to cut you to pieces right where you stand. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go to Morthal and speak to Falion. He can help you. Otherwise, you're dead to me.
Once, I was a hunter. A relentless pursuer of creatures that haunted the night. I devoted my life to eradicating the evil that threatened innocent lives, charged to task by Meridia herself. But now, fate has played a cruel hand, and I find myself transformed into that which I once despised, questioning that which I once knew to be true. The irony, of course, is not lost on me. The very existence I swore to eradicate now courses through my very veins. The darkness that I fought so valiantly against has become my eternal companion. Am I the embodiment of the very terror I sought to vanquish?
My talents are much needed here in order to keep Morthal safe.
Balian was a bit off, but if he could help.
I know many things. I have studied things beyond the reach of most humans. Traveled the Oblivion Plains, seen things one should not see. I have met Daedra and Dwemer, and everything in between, and I know enough to see a vampire where others would see a man.
Can you cure it?
It is possible. I know of a ritual, but have never performed it. It requires a filled black soul gem. You will need to kill someone. When you have a gem and have filled it, return to me and I will perform the ritual. I will bring life to your dead body, vampire. Morthal is a troubled place. Very well. Meet me at the summoning circle in the marsh at dawn. We shall banish the creature you have become. Good, you're here. As you desire.
I'm no fan of the sun.
I call upon Oblivion Realms, the home of those who are not our ancestors. Answer my plea. As in death, there is new life. In Oblivion, there is a beginning for that which has ended. I call forth that power. Accept the soul that we offer. As the sun ends the night, end the darkness of this soul. Return life to the creature you see before you. The ritual is complete.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. There once was a hero named Ragnar, riding to right run from all.
Oh, I didn't care what Isran and the other Dawnguard thought about me being a vampire. I didn't change back because of them. In fact, Serana was very comforting through the whole process, but the Dawnguard and the vampires on the other side are so close-minded and fixated on their own goals that they can't see anything else. And it was so nauseating. We went to Winterhold, to the Mages College, looking for answers on the final Elder Scroll.
Cross the bridge at your own peril. The way is dangerous and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry. I am here to assist those seeking the wisdom of the college. And if, in the process, my presence helps to deter those who might seek to do harm, so be it. The more important question is, why are you here?
May I enter? I won't be long.
Perhaps. But what is it you expect to find within?
I wasn't going to get into all the details of the Elder Scrolls, Castle Volkihar, the Dawnguard. Honestly, it was none of her business.
Do you? It is true there are some here who have spent years studying the accumulated knowledge of the scrolls. But what you seek does not come easily, and can destroy those without a strong will. It would seem that the college has what you seek. The question now is, what can you offer the college? Not just anyone is allowed inside. Those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill with magic. A small test, if you will.
Oh, very well.
The college is Skyrim. Well done indeed. I think you'll be a superb addition to the college. Welcome, apprentice. I'll lead you across the bridge. Once you're inside, you'll want to speak with Mirabelle Irvine, our master wizard. Please, follow me.
Of course, we didn't listen. We headed straight to the library in the Mages College to look for what we came for. I didn't care what she said at the gate. I just needed to get my information so I could get out.
You are now in the Arcanium, of which I am in charge. It might as well be my own little plane of oblivion. Disrupt my Arcanium, and I will have you torn apart by angry Atronachs. Now, do you require assistance? Here you go. Try not to spill anything on them.
What in the hells is this? This is the scribblings and the ramblings of a madman. This must be a joke.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly. Are we clear? Aye, that's the work of Septimus Cygnus. He's the world's master of the nature of Elder Scrolls. But, well, he's been gone for a long while. Too long. Somewhere up north, in the ice fields. He said he found some old Dwemer artifact, but well, that was years ago. Haven't heard from him since.
Not today, anyway.
We spent the evening at the tavern keeping company with a cozy fire and a map of the northern ice fields. Septimus was up there somewhere, but where? When dawn broke, the tavern finally cleared. It was time to head out. I had a few ideas where to look, but nothing solid. We were going to need to get lucky. Some ruins lay just north of the college. We both agreed to start looking there. A bedroll and some magical items. Hopefully this was Septimus. Damn it. This is not it. This is the camp of another mage. Probably the dead mage that Serana reanimated with her necromantic magic. So where in the hell is Septimus then? The map didn't show any other ruins in the area, so we were just going to have to go out and walk the ice fields. At last, our luck has changed. We found what I believe to be Septimus's boat. Something must be nearby.
Dig, Dwemer in the beyond. I'll know your lost unknown and rise to your depths.
Right crack this one is.
Elder Scrolls, indeed. The Empire. They absconded with them. Or so they think. The ones they saw. The ones they thought they saw. I know of one. Forgotten. Sequestered. But I cannot go to it. Not poor Septimus. For I have arisen beyond its grasp.
Well, he's in luck, isn't he? Because Serana and I are ready to take the journey.
Here. Well, here as in this plain. Mundus, Tamriel, nearby. Relatively speaking. On the cosmological scale, well, it's all nearby.
My patience is wearing thin with you, old man. Just tell me where the scroll is.
One block lifts the other. Septimus will give what you want, but you must bring him something in return.
Of course I do. What is it
You see
that you
this
need?
masterwork of the Dwemer, deep inside their greatest knowings. Septimus is clever among men, but he is but an idiot child compared to the dullest of the Dwemer. Lucky then they left behind their own way of reading the Elder Scrolls. In the depths of Blackreach, one yet lies. Have you heard of Blackreach? Cast upon where Drimmer's city slept, the yearning spire hidden learnings kept. Under deep, below the dark, the hidden keep, Tower Mzark. Oft-hand, the point of puncture, of first entry, of the tapping. Delve to its limits, and Blackreach lies just beyond. But not all can enter there. Only Septimus knows the hidden key to loose the lock, to jump beneath the deathly rock.
Oh, very well. How do I get
Two
it?
things I have for you. Two shapes. One edged, one round. The round one for tuning. Dwemer music is soft and subtle, and needed to open their cleverest gates. The edged lexicon for inscribing. To us, a hunk of metal. To the Dwemer, a full library of knowings, but empty. Find Mazark and its sky dome. The machinations there will read the scroll and lay the lore upon the cube. Trust Septimus. He knows you can know.
It was honestly hard to tell exactly what Blackreach was, but it sounded like it was some ancient Dwemer city. I guess that's where we're going next. As Serana and I grew closer to our destination, the remnants of a camp came into view, scattered and torn apart, as if a violent force had swept through it. Tattered tents flapped mournfully in the wind, while abandoned research notes fluttered across the cold snow. I couldn't help but wonder what had transpired here. Had the expedition team awakened an ancient evil lurking within these ancient halls? Or had they tampered with forbidden relics, invoking a wrath they couldn't control? Honestly, it was as if the very ruins themselves had turned against them. And I could feel the faintest panic creep up my spine as I followed the signs of struggle and broken equipment.
Where is it? I know you were trying to keep it for yourself, Cesar. You always try to keep it for yourself. No, there's got to be more scope. Shut up! Shut up! Don't like me, Cesar. Kidding. Always try.
As I cautiously made my way through the ruins, my ears caught a haunting sound. A voice, hushed and tormented, echoed through the chamber. I strained to listen, my heart pounded in my chest. The voice spoke with an unsettling blend of despair and madness equal, as if the speaker's mind had unraveled. I couldn't make out the words clearly, but the chilling tones sent shivers down my spine. It was the voice of a possible killer, lost in his own deranged world, trapped perhaps within the madness and darkness of the Dwemer ruins. A torch lay on the stone floor, still burning. The stone had not yet put it out. Someone was nearby. Driven by a mix of morbid curiosity, perhaps, and a desire for answers, I reluctantly ventured further into the Dwemer ruins. Sounds led me deeper into the labyrinth halls, my footsteps echoing in harmony with the eerie whispers that surrounded me. With every step, the scene before me grew even more horrific. The once imposing architecture now lay in ruins, shattered and broken. Bloodstains splattered across the walls and floor like a macabre canvas of violence. Fear gripped my heart, urging me to turn back, but an insatiable need to uncover the truth propelled me forward. Just there, standing before me, was the deranged killer I'd been overhearing. His eyes glimmered with madness as he lunged toward me, fueled by a twisted gun. Instinct took hold, and with trembling hands, I notched an arrow in my bow. With a swift motion, I let it fly, projectile finding its mark with deadly precision. The madman's charge was abruptly halted as his body crumbled to the ground, the echo of his deranged screams silenced forever. As I cautiously surveyed the aftermath, my gaze fell upon a lifeless body nearby. Clutched in its lifeless hand was a weathered journal, stained with blood. The journal revealed a tragic truth. The deranged killer was once a Khajiit consumed by a grip of skooma addiction. His brother, burdened by the guilt, was trying to wean him off, but had run out of supplies during the expedition, leaving him in agonizing withdrawal. The addict's descent into madness had been fueled by a desperate search for a non-existent last bottle of skooma. Page after page chronicled his unraveling mind, the torment that pushed him to tear apart the camp and its inhabitants in his frenzied quest. The twisted obsession over an elixir that no longer existed had driven him to unspeakable acts of violence. And I just stood there as I absorbed the grim account. I looked at Serana, and then we continued. As Serana and I ventured deeper into the Dwemer ruin, an eerie sight greeted our eyes. The hall stood frozen in time, as if the Dwemer had vanished in an instant, leaving behind their very belongings untouched. It was as though the echoes of their presence still lingered, whispering secrets of a civilization lost to the ages. The further we delved into the Dwemer ruins, the more we marveled at their vastness. Corridors stretched on endlessly like an intricate labyrinth of forgotten dreams, each turn revealing more intricate machinery and towering chambers, a true testament to the engineering brilliance of the Dwemer. With each step, the grandeur of their civilization unfolded before us, a sense of awe mingled with trepidation. How deep did this labyrinth of marvels go? How expansive were these forgotten halls? The sheer magnitude left us to wonder if we were merely scratching the surface of a world that had been buried in time. Deep in the depths of the Dwemer ruins, we stumbled upon a grim discovery. Hidden within a narrow tunnel lay a lifeless body, its face etched with terror. Beside it, a journal whispered of a harrowing fate. The expedition had been ambushed under the cover of night. The entry spoke of violence and captivity, of comrades slain and others imprisoned within cruel cages. This unfortunate soul had managed to escape, seeking refuge in this tunnel, but his freedom was short-lived. Renero had found its mark, extinguishing his last flicker of hope. The darkness that haunted these ruins held its victims tightly and never let them go. Serana and I looked at each other as we stumbled upon the unmistakable signs of the Falmer. These wretched creatures, twisted and deformed, must have been the merciless assailants who had attacked the ill-fated expedition during the night. Their malevolence echoed through the dark corridors, a haunting reminder of the horrors that awaited. We realized that we were not alone in this labyrinth of forgotten wonders. The Falmer, guardians of the shadows, watched and waited, their presence a chilling testament to the treacherous depths of the Dwemer ruins. As we cautiously ventured deeper into the Dwemer ruins, a grim sight met our gaze. The lifeless body of an expedition guard laid sprawled on the ground, a grisly testament to the brutality of the Falmer. The guard's form was riddled with Falmer arrows, their lethal accuracy evident in the crimson stains that marred the surroundings. The air grew heavy with anticipation as we realized the lurking presence of the Falmer. It was only a matter of time before their twisted forms would emerge, driven by a hunger for violence. Every step I took was filled with both dread and determination. The encounter with the fallen guard served as a stark reminder of the imminent clash to come. With grim determination, Serana and I began meticulously picking off the Falmer one by one, methodically. Utilizing every trick at our disposal, we struck from a distance and exploited their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Silent arrows found their marks, and traps were set to bring them down. We moved with calculated precision, working as a unit to dismantle their sinister presence. The clash between us and the Falmer echoed through the ancient halls, a deadly dance of survival. hell were they doing down here?
This is the kind of thing I've been wanting to see. It makes everything else worth it.
There, in the heart of the ancient structure, lay a site of unimaginable grandeur. A colossal chamber bathed in ethereal light housed a breathtaking marvel. Elaborate Dwemer machinery intertwined with intricate architecture, forming a mesmerizing tapestry of engineering genius. What the hell was this?
You want me to leave? Just waiting for me to turn my back. Have all the glory for yourself.
Hello? Who's there?
breathtaking sight unfolded before our eyes. A vast underground cavern sprawled out, defying all expectations. Within its expanse, an extraordinary tapestry of strange and captivating flora bloomed, casting an ethereal glow. Remnants of the Dwemer ruins stood as a testament to a forgotten civilization's presence in this hidden realm. However, the presence of fallen researchers and explorers reminded me of the dangers that still lurked within. It was a world concealed beneath the surface, vibrant with its own unique beauty. It was a place where grandeur and mystery intertwined, beckoning with the promise of unraveling untold secrets. This was Blackreach. We had arrived. An unfortunate researcher's remains lay amidst the ancient ruin. Skeletal frame, once filled with curiosity and purpose, now revealed a tragic fate. Evident from the riddled arrows that pierced the researcher's body, it appeared that they had met a gruesome fate at the hands of an unknown foe. What had driven this conflict? Was it the pursuit of the rare Nirn root, prized botanical wonder? In the wake of this somber revelation, I couldn't help but ponder the lengths individuals would go to uncover the secrets of this world. The researcher's demise served as a stark reminder to me that even in the pursuit of knowledge, danger and demise often lurk in the shadows, waiting to claim those who dared to delve too deep. Let's not go too deep, shall we? As Thorn and Serana ventured away from the grim remains of the researcher's ruin, uncertainty loomed over their next move. However, a glimmer of hope beckoned from a distant doorway, casting a warm light into the darkness. Compelled by curiosity and a yearning for answers, Thorn and Serana set forth towards the illuminated threshold. An exit to the outside world, nothing more. This was not what they were looking for. As Thorn reached the edge of a small cliff, his gaze fixed on a large, round window at the far end of the cavernous chamber. It offered a tantalizing glimpse into what lay beyond, but in that faithful moment, an unsettling presence revealed itself. The Falmer emerged from the shadows, their twisted forms a haunting testament to their malevolence. Thorn's heart raced, his mind calculating the imminent danger, prepared to face the relentless foe, using his gift of shadows to even odds. As Thorn and Serana delved deeper into the vastness of the underground world, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded before their very eyes. Dwemer ruins practically materialized like ancient sentinels, beckoning them to explore their enigmatic corridors and hidden chambers. Each new ruin held the promise of untold discoveries and long-forgotten knowledge. Intricate machinery and elaborate architecture whispered of stories of a brilliant civilization lost to time. With each step, they reveled in the thrill of unraveling the secrets that lay dormant within these hallowed halls. As the Ancient Guardian sprang to life, its relentless assault caught Serana off guard, delivering a devastating blow that sent her reeling to her knee. The force of the attack would have been fatal for a mortal, but her vampiric resilience granted her a chance at survival. As Serana and Thorn ascended the ancient lift, their anticipation grew. The lift carried them to a new level of the Dwemer ruins, revealing a previously unexplored section. Stepping onto solid ground, the air was heavy with the weight of untold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each chamber, corridor, and artifact held the potential to unveil a fragment of forgotten history or a hidden power long dormant. Now, in the heart of the newly discovered realm, they stood poised to unravel the enigmas of the Dwemer. Beyond the towering doors, Thorn and Serana beheld a sight that surpassed all expectations. A wondrous Dwemer machine. An epitome of marvel and ingenuity. It held the promise of unveiling the very knowledge they had sought throughout their entire perilous journey. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Thorn approached the intricate controls of the machine. Fumbling at first, he carefully examined the ancient mechanisms, searching for the rightful place to insert the lexicon, the key to unlocking its mysteries. Hours passed as Thorn persevered, methodically deciphering the intricacies of the machine. Each turn, each adjustment brought him closer to unraveling its secrets. Finally, with a resounding click, the machine hummed to life. Beams of light and intricate gears danced in perfect synchrony, revealing long-lost knowledge and hidden paths. Thorn's success brought a rush of exhilaration to him and Serana as the machine's purpose and its secrets were unveiled before their eyes.
That's it. That's the last scroll. Come on, let's take it to Dexian.
With the final Elder Scroll in their possession, Thorn and Serana felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This coveted artifact, brimming with ancient wisdom, held the potential to stop Serana's father for good. Their mission was clear: to safeguard the Elder Scroll and deliver it to the Moth Priest, whose expertise would help unravel its profound knowledge. The weight of responsibility settled upon Thorn's shoulders as he embarked on the journey back to the Moth Priest's sanctuary. Before continuing their journey, Thorn and Serana made a detour to deliver the lexicon to Septimus. His aid had proven invaluable, and gratitude compelled them to honor their promise. With a brief pause in their quest, they ventured forth to fulfill this last act of gratitude before resuming their mission to the Moth Priest in Dawnguard Keep.
Dig, Dwemer in the beyond. I'll know your lost unknown. Give it, quickly. Extraordinary. I see it now. The ceiling structure interlocks in the tiniest fractals. Dwemer blood can loose the hooks, but none alive remain to bear it. A panoply of their brethren could gather to form a facsimile. A trick. Something they did not anticipate. No, not even them. The blood of Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, Falmer, and Orsimer. The elves still living provide the key. Bear you hence this extractor. It will drink the fresh blood of elves. Come when its set is complete.
Why so eager to open the box?
Ah, the box contains the heart. Ah, the essence of a god. I have devoted my life to the Elder Scrolls, but their knowledge is a passing awareness when compared to the encompassing mind of divinity. The Dwemer were the last to touch it. It was thought to have been destroyed by the Nerevarine, but my lord told me otherwise. The Daedric Prince of the Unknown, Hermaeus Mora.
Come closer, bask in my presence. I am Hermaeus Mora. I am the guardian of the unseen, a knower of the unknown. I have been watching you, mortal. Most impressive. Your continuing aid to Septimus renders him increasingly obsolete. He has served me well, but his time is nearing its end. Once that infernal lockbox is opened, he will have exhausted his usefulness to me. When that time comes, you shall take his place as my emissary. What say you? Indeed, speak with me when the box has been opened, and all shall be revealed.
Aware of the potential consequences and the wisdom of not offending a god, Thorn and Serana made the prudent decision not to offend him, recognizing the need instead to prioritize their mission and avoid unnecessary risks. They continued on their journey with a newfound caution, ready to face the challenges that awaited them while leaving the mysteries of the box unexplored for now.
I trust your journey was successful? I'm sorry, my friend. I can no longer be of use in this matter. It's my fault. In my haste to read the first scroll, I neglected the careful preparation required. I thought I'd be able to allay the after effects, but I was wrong. Now I am paying for it. Blind? Yes, I'm afraid so. No. It will have to run its course, and there's always the chance I may never recover. No, there is another way. The question is, how much are you willing to risk to find Auri-El's bow? I can't guarantee you'd be free from harm. Becoming blind could be the least of your worries. Scattered across Tamriel are secluded locations known only as Ancestor Glades. There's one in Skyrim in the Pine Forest. Performing the ritual of the Ancestor Moth within the glade should provide the answers you seek. It involves carefully removing the bark from a canticle tree, which will in turn attract Ancestor Moths to you. Once enough of the moths are following, they'll provide you with the second sight needed to decipher the scrolls. In keeping with tradition, you must use a specific tool in the Ancestor Glade, an implement known as a draw knife. Every moth priest is taught this ritual, but few ever get the chance to perform it. You should consider yourself fortunate if it works for you. From what I saw in the vision, the Elder Scroll which foreshadows the defiance of the gods with the blood of mortals is the key to the prophecy. Good luck. I hope you find the answers you seek. I've helped you all that I can. The rest is up to you.
With the Moth Priest now blind and his ability to read the Elder Scroll gone, Thorn and Serana had great doubt on their ability to access the magic within the glade. But they were undeterred, so they pressed forward, traveling from town to town in search of answers.
Welcome. Let me know if you want me.
As dawn broke, Thorn and Serana set off on their journey, tracing the road that led them out of town. Just a few miles into their trek, their path intersected with a group of bandits. Thorn, ever mindful of the encounters he had faced on his travels in the past, decided to engage with them. With measured footsteps, Thorn approached the bandits, ready to assess the situation. His encounters with bandits in the past had taught him the value of bandit diplomacy this was no exception.
Who's there? Must be gone now. Where'd you come from?
Not like this.
That'll teach you. Not very impressive, is it? If this ends up being a wasted trip, your friend Dexian and I are gonna have some words when we get back.
Serana's intuition proved insightful, once again, of course. Although the situation initially appeared unremarkable, Thorn knew all too well that appearances could be deceiving. Experience had taught him to be wary of underestimating his adversaries or places, for hidden depths often lurked beneath seemingly ordinary exteriors.
No one's been here in centuries. I doubt there's any other place like it in Skyrim. It's beautiful.
Of course, Serana was accurate. The ancient hidden glade they had discovered was truly a sight to behold, radiating remarkable beauty and tranquility. Dexian's words rang true as they stood within its enchanting confines. Somehow, within its mystical glade lay the key to deciphering the Elder Scrolls. Surrounded by the ethereal ambiance of the glade, Thorn and Serana felt a sense of awe and reverence. The air seemed to crackle with ancient magic, and the whispers of forgotten wisdom echoed through the trees.
Well, we got the knife. Now all we need to do is track down one of those canticle trees. Hope the moths like that bark as much as Dexian said they would. Look at them. They've definitely taken a liking to you. And unless I'm seeing things, you're starting to glimmer. Are you okay? Almost thought I lost you there. You went as white as the snow.
That felt incredibly strange.
I could see it in your eyes. You looked about 1,000 leagues away. What about Auri-El's bow? Do you know where we can find it?
The bow is in a place called Darkfall Cave.
Then it's almost over. We can finally put an end to this ridiculous prophecy. Where is this Darkfall Cave?
Scrolls gave me its exact location like a map.
Then let's get going. I want to get there before my father has a chance to track us down. Let's move faster. The sun is... Let's not wait for my skin to clear.
Caught off guard by the sudden and brutal attack, Thorn and Serana found themselves wounded and in need of rest. They immediately sought to secure a location where they could lay low and allow their injuries to heal. Under the cloak of night, Thorn and Serana navigated through treacherous terrain, deliberately avoiding the well-traveled roads. Their goal was clear, to evade both the eyes of their enemies and the dangers that lurked in the wilderness. Their journey was fraught with peril as wild animals, enticed by the scent of their spilt blood, relentlessly pursued them. Fending off these relentless predators became a desperate struggle for survival, and with every step, they remained vigilant, their senses heightened, and their weapons at the ready. As the night relinquished its grip, Thorn and Serana emerged weary but triumphant, having successfully weathered the perils of the darkness. However, the true challenges that awaited them with the rising sun remained shrouded in uncertainty, known only to the capricious whims of the gods. At long last, Thorn and Serana found a haven to seek respite and tend to their wounds. A place of safety where they could rest, allowing their battered bodies time to heal and recover. And with weary bodies and determined spirits, they decided to take a few precious days to restore their strength before continuing their arduous journey. As Thorn and Serana stepped onto the bridge, it crumbled beneath their feet. They plummeted into the unforgiving waters below, their fate sealed an instant. It was an unexpected entry into the depths, a tumultuous descent that left them gasping for breath. The Auri-El's bow lay hidden somewhere inside this cavern, and this watery plunge was only the beginning to it.
Anyone want to set up camp here? I wonder what happened to them.
In the depths of these cavernous halls, a camp stood abandoned, its purpose and origin shrouded in mystery. A journal could have revealed their intentions lay bloody and unreadable. Thorn and Serana pondered the enigma, questioning their purpose in this desolate place. What secrets did this camp hold? What unknown forces brought them here? The fact was, they would never know. Cautious steps, Thorn and Serana advanced through the cavernous shadows, their senses heightened, prepared for the lurking danger that had claimed the small camp. The air was thick with anticipation, echoing with the whispers of unseen adversaries. They knew not what awaited them within this vast, mysterious abyss. Their hearts pounded with a mix of trepidation and determination, for they understood that ruin and revolution often walked hand in hand.
Did you hear something?
Amidst the chaos left by the trolls, Thorn and Serana stumbled upon a scene both mesmerizing and equally perplexing. Beyond the trolls, an intricate display of wondrous architecture stood in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. And there, amidst the grandeur, a lone figure emerged. A man shrouded in mystery. His presence kind of felt out of place, as if intentionally concealed within these hidden depths. Intrigued, yet cautious, Thorn and Serana approached, their curiosity piqued.
What's that? I can feel some kind of power from it.
Come forward. You have nothing to fear here. I am Knight Paladin Gelabor. Welcome to the great Chantry of Auri-El. Auri-El, Auri-El, Alkosh, Akatosh, so many different names for the sovereign of the Snow Elves.
Snow elves? The Falmer's predecessors?
I prefer Snow Elf. The name Falmer usually holds a negative meaning to most travelers. Those twisted creatures you call Falmer, I call the Betrayed. Of course, you're here for Auri-El's bow. Why else would you be here? I can help you get it, but first, I must have your assistance. I need you to kill Archcurate Vurtha, my brother.
Murder wasn't exactly Thorn's forte, so to speak. At least,
the
had a
kinship
good
between us
reason.
is gone. I don't understand what he's become, but he's no longer the brother I once knew. It was the Betrayed. They did something to him. I just don't know why Auri-El would allow this to happen. They swept into the Chantry without warning, and began killing everyone without pause. Chantry was a place of peaceful worship. I led a small group of paladins, but we were no match for the Betrayed's sheer numbers. They slaughtered everyone, and stormed the inner sanctum where I believe they corrupted Vurtha. He's alive. I've seen him, but something's wrong. He never looks as though he's in pain or under duress. He just stands there and watches. Leaving the way shrines unguarded would be violating my sacred duty as a Knight Paladin of Auri-El, and an assault on the Betrayed guarding the inner sanctum would only end with my death. Let me show you. This structure is known as a way shrine. They were used for meditation and for transport when the Chantry was a place of enlightenment. Prelates of these shrines were charged with teaching the mantras of Auri-El to our initiates.
What's that basin in the center signify?
Once the initiate completed his mantras, he'd dip a ceremonial ewer in the basin of the way shrine's center and proceed to the next way shrine.
So these initiates had to lug around a heavy pitcher of water. Marvelous.
Well, once the initiate's enlightenment was complete, he'd bring the ewer to the Chantry's inner sanctum. Pouring the contents of the ewer into the sacred basin of the sanctum would allow him to enter for an audience with the Archcurate himself.
All that just to end up dumping it out? Makes no sense to me.
It's symbolic. I don't expect you to understand.
So, let's get this straight. We need to do all that nonsense to get into the temple so we can kill your brother and claim Auri-El's bow.
I know how it all sounds. But if there was another way, I'd have done it long ago. The only way to get to my brother is by following in the Initiate's footsteps and traveling from way shrine to way shrine, just as they did. The first lay at the end of Darkfall Passage, a cavern that represents the absence of enlightenment. Once you've located a way shrine, there'll be a spectral prelate tending to it. They will allow you to draw the waters from the shrine's basin, as if you've been enlightened. This may be the last time we're able to converse. If you have any questions before you leave, I suggest you ask them. Otherwise, all I can do now is grant you my hopes for a safe journey.
That wasn't as unpleasant as I thought it would be. Kind of soothing, actually. I feel a little warmer now. Where'd you come from? That'll teach you. must be who that priest was calling the betrayed. Where'd you come from? Get back here! Done and... Stay on your guard. Where'd you come from? That'll teach you. Where'd you come from? I heard something. Are you seeing this? It's fantastic.
As Thorn and Serana pressed forward, their eyes fell upon the next way shrine, a beacon of hope in the darkness. However, a formidable challenge awaited them. Guardian stood watch, ready to protect the sacred site.
Here we go.
Welcome, Initiate. This is the Way Shrine of Illumination. Are you prepared to honor the mantras of Auri-El and fill your vessel with his enlightenment? Then behold Auri-El's gift, my child. May it light your path as you seek tranquility within the inner sanctum.
The journey was a strange one, to be sure. With each way shrine they discovered, Thorn and Serana embarked on a transformative journey. Transported to different realms or locations, it was as if they were walking the sacred pilgrim's path, a mystical trail leading them ever closer to Auri-El and Auri-El's bow, the divine weapon they sought to stop Serana's father.
The bow has to be in this valley somewhere. Who's there? I wonder where this one goes.
Welcome, Initiate. This is the Way Shrine of Sight. Are you prepared to honor the mantras of Auri-El and fill your vessel with his enlightenment? Then behold Auri-El's gift, my child. May it speed your journey to the inner sanctum.
More spiders? I like the ones back home better. Who's there? Done and done. I don't know how you stand it.
You've reached the Way Shrine of Learning, Initiate. Are you prepared to honor the mantras of Auri-El and fill your vessel with his enlightenment? Auri-El bless you, child, for you are a step closer to the inner sanctum and everlasting wisdom. May Auri-El's warmth imbue your body with strength. You've arrived at the Way Shrine of Resolution. Are you prepared to honor the mantras of Auri-El and fill your vessel with his enlightenment? Then go forth, child. May the enrichment of Auri-El strengthen your resolve as you undertake your journey to the inner sanctum. May Auri-El's glow shield you from your enemy.
Thorn couldn't shake the feeling that their path was far from its conclusion. Standing at the mouth of the Falmer village, Auri-El's foe beckoning just beyond. Their quest stretched out before them, brimming with unknown challenges, hidden secrets. Now, sprawling Falmer village stood between them and the final resting place of Auri-El's body. The sheer number of Falmer in this area was overwhelming, and it posed a grave threat of our brave adventurers. Their wits and skills tested to the limit, Thorn and Serana must exercise utmost caution and strategic thinking to navigate through this treacherous territory. Every step must be taken with care, as a single misstep could bring forth the wrath, sheer numbers of the Falmer.
Done and done. Who's there? That'll teach you. kind of thing I've been wanting to see. Makes everything else worth it.
In a realm of staggering proportions, Thorn and Serana find themselves immersed in a vast expanse that seems to stretch into eternity. The sheer size of this area is mind-boggling, leaving them in awe of its expansive nature. However, this vastness is not without its perils. Every nook and cranny hides a lurking danger, whether it be relentless Falmer, towering trolls, and even a colossal ice giant. Each step they take is met with the possibility of encountering formidable adversaries.
You found the Way Shrine of Radiance, Initiate. Are you prepared to honor the mantras of Auri-El and fill your vessel with his enlightenment? May the blessings of Auri-El protect you as you climb the road to the inner sanctum and final enlightenment.
This must be that beautiful Skyrim weather I always heard about.
At long last, Thorn and Serana stand before the final way shrine, a beacon of hope in their relentless pursuit. With determination etched on their faces, they know that their coveted prize is within arm's reach. As they approach the way shrine, a sense of both anticipation and trepidation fills the air. The culmination of their journey is at hand, and the fate of their mission hangs in the balance. And with each step, they come closer to claiming their ultimate prize, Auri-El's bow. The only thing that can stop Serana's father.
That has to be the place. I've never seen a building like that before. It looks like some kind of temple. Never saw anything like this back on the island.
Thorn and Serana stand before an ancient temple that has remained untouched for nearly a millennium. Eager anticipation courses through their veins as they contemplate the unfathomable secrets hidden within its weathered walls. And the weight of history presses upon them, for no living eyes have beheld this sacred place in countless generations. What lost knowledge, artifacts, and untold wonders lie dormant within its timeless sanctuary? What ancient guardians protect these sacred halls? What revelations and challenges will test their mettle?
But it's using the older signs of his power. This temple must be ancient. The bow has to be.
Did you really come here expecting to claim Auri-El's bow? You've done exactly as I predicted and brought your fetching companion to me.
Wait, is he talking about me?
Which, I'm sorry to say, means your usefulness is at an end.
Who's there? He's up there on the balcony. Come on.
Forged by their shared trials and unyielding determination, Thorn and Serana have become an unstoppable force, a symbiotic duo moving in perfect harmony. Without the need for words, their actions speak volumes as they confront their adversary as a formidable unit.
How dare you! I was the arch-curate of Auri-El, girl. I had the ears of a god.
Until the betrayed corrupted you. Yes, we've heard this sad story.
Gelibor and his kind are easily manipulated fools. Look into my eyes, Serana. You tell me what I am.
You're a vampire? But Auri-El should have protected you.
The moment I was infected by one of my own initiates, Auri-El turned his back on me. I swore I'd have my revenge, no matter what the cost.
You want to take revenge on a god?
Auri-El himself may have been beyond my reach, but his influence on our world wasn't. All I needed was the blood of a vampire and his own weapon, Auri-El's bow.
The blood of a vampire. Auri-El's bow. It was you? You created that prophecy?
A prophecy that lacked a single final ingredient. The blood of a pure vampire. The blood of a daughter of Cold Harbor.
You were waiting all this time for someone with my blood to come along. Well, too bad for you. I intend on keeping it. Let's see if your blood has any power to it.
What trickery is this?
Their bond, strengthened through countless challenges and hardships, has honed their skills to a razor's edge. With synchronized movements and unparalleled coordination, they strike as one, leaving their foe no chance to mount a defense.
So the deed has been done. The restoration of this way shrine means that Verther must be dead, and the betrayed no longer have control over him. That would explain much. Deep inside, it brings me joy that the betrayed weren't to blame for what happened here, because that means there's still hope that they might one day shed their hatred and learn to believe in Auri-El once again. It's been a long time since I felt that way, and it's been long overdue. My thanks to both of you. You risked everything to get Auri-El's bow, and in turn, you've restored the Chantry. I can't think of a more deserving champion to carry it than you. If you wish to learn more about the bow, or obtain sun-hallowed arrows for it, I'd be more than happy to help. You've but to ask.
Shiny as I was expecting. Still, it's beautiful.
What do we do now?
I think we both know. It's time to face my father. If we don't, he'll keep chasing us for the rest of our lives.
Then he's gonna have to die, Serana. Are you ready for that?
I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's not easy. But I don't think we have much of a choice. No. This has to end here and now.
So let's face him
If we head back to the castle and kick the front door in, we're gonna be knee-deep in his friends. Let's head back to Isran and let him see what we've got first. I'm betting he'll lend us a sword or two.
You have Auri-El's bow. I've heard it described in tales, but I could never have imagined its beauty.
As much as it pained him, he needed Isran's help.
Indeed. The day hasn't been won while Harkon still walks Tamriel. But what of Serana? Can she be trusted to lift a blade against her own kind?
He was blunt, cold even. I trust her more than you would say.
I suppose that's as much as I can hope for. Let me address the Dawnguard and then we'll be off. The men deserve to know that we finally gained the upper hand.
Everyone, gather round. Come on then, we haven't got all day.
The irony, of course, was that they only had the upper hand because of Serana.
For too long, we've allowed these vampires to poison the night and kill our people. Now, we finally have the means to strike back. We now have Auri-El's bow. The gods themselves have favored us, and we must answer with action. The time has come to finally put an end to Harkon and his unholy prophecy. We will march on their lair and destroy those wretched abominations so they can no longer corrupt our world. This is our fight, and this is our fate. This is the time of the Dawnguard!
Kill the abominations!
This is it!
Hold between the eyes for me!
Blind hate was a cancer. Everything must be judged on its own merit. The Dawnguard and Harkon had failed to see this. Only Serana had understood this. Even though I, too, had hated her at first, she taught me this lesson anyways. Are you ready to face your father, Serana?
I don't think you can ever be ready to kill your parent. I'm doing my best to not think of him as my father anymore. We didn't all get to have parents like yours. Sometimes this is just how it is.
The fighting had already started when we arrived, and a great darkness enshrouded the battle. Only silhouettes of men and beasts could be seen against the sky. What manner of witchery was this? By the time me and Serana got to the main hall, the Dawnguard had already made short work of the vampires within. So we went room to room, cleaning up any stragglers that may be around. Still, no sign of Harkon.
Serana, my darling. I see you still favor keeping a pet.
You know why we're here.
Of course I do. You disappoint me, Serana. You've taken everything I provided for you and thrown it all away for this pathetic being.
Provided for me? Are you insane? You've destroyed our family. You've killed other vampires, all over some prophecy that we barely understand. No more. I'm done with you. You will not touch him.
So, I see this dragon has fangs. Your voice drips with the venom of your mother's influence. How alike you've become.
No. Because unlike her, I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore.
And you. It appears I have you to thank for turning my daughter against me. I knew it was only a matter of time before she'd return with hatred in her heart.
Born only of your neglect.
A small price to pay for the betterment of our kind. Yes, yes. Always the noble vampire hunter. And what happens when you've slain me? Is Valerica next? Is Serana?
Serana is too important to me. No harm will befall her.
Then my daughter is truly lost. She died the moment she accepted a mortal into her life.
Enough talk!
Yes, quite. I'm growing weary of speaking to you and my traitorous daughter. I'll give you a single chance to turn over the bow to me. There will not be a second.
If you want it, come and take it.
Very well, then. You leave me no choice.
Harkon, once formidable, now lay before Thorn and Serana as nothing more than a pile of ash, defeated by a mere breeze. The darkness that had plagued their lives was extinguished, vanquished by the power of their unity. Victory at long last was theirs to claim.
Well, now that's done. I'm not sure. I'll probably stay with the Dawnguard for as long as they'll let me. They're respectable fighters, and I think they see the benefits of having a vampire on their side now. Of course, if you've got any more adventures planned.
Thorn looked at Serana and mustered his courage and spoke from the depths. Serana, I want you to stay with me, he whispered, his voice filled with sincerity and longing. Together, we can face any challenge that comes our way. Let us forge a future together, side by side.
That's what I wanted to hear.
It's over. He's dead. And the prophecy dies with him. I suppose this is difficult for you.
I think my father really died a long time ago. This was just the end of something else. I did what needed to be done. Nothing more.
I think you did more than that. You have my thanks.
As the dust settled and the weight of the moment hung heavy in the air, Isram's stoic demeanor softened, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. In that brief exchange, he seemed to concede to the sacrifice and anguish Serana had endured in order to save humanity, including the unimaginable act of killing her own father. It was an acceptance tinged with a bitter realization. Serana had given up so much: her family, her home, and a part of herself in the name of a greater cause. And as Thorn observed the toll this journey had taken on Serana, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, was the cost too high? Did the ends truly justify the means? These questions lingered, haunting their thoughts as they navigated the complex aftermath of their choices. The weight of sacrifice and the complexities of their decisions would continue to shape their path. Their hearts grappled with the aftermath of the battles fought and the sacrifices made. Only time would reveal if the price paid was truly worth the salvation they sought to bring upon the world.
No. Why?
Perhaps Phalion could help Serana too. She could be mortal.
Even before that, we weren't the most normal family. We did worship a Daedra, remember? I'll speak to Phalion. I've heard he knows about these things. I'm going to go away for a while. I'll meet you back home when I'm done.
I want to come with you.
I know you do, but this is something I need to do alone. I'll see you again, soon.
Thorn would endure months of agonizing silence with no word from Serana. The absence of their connection left him questioning if she had chosen a different path. Honestly, a choice he could not blame her for. Doubt clouded his mind as he wondered if their bond had faded. Yet, he held on to hope that their paths would cross again. Perhaps someday. And in the midst of uncertainty, Thorn could only cherish the memories they had shared together, and he carried on without her. The weight of their past experiences lingered, and it fueled his determination. Perhaps fate would intertwine their destinies again one day. But for now, he remained steadfast and awaited the day their paths would converge once more. And when the vibrant hues of autumn painted the world, Thorn received a message summoning him back to Dawnguard Castle. And with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty, he returned, unaware of what awaited him. But to his delight and relief, there stood Serana, finally home after her long absence. The sight of her brought warmth to his heart, like the sun breaking through the clouds after a storm.
There you are. I'm back. Here I am, human as ever. It's like the world is alive again, just like me.
Weary of the endless battles between vampire hunters and power-hungry vampires, Thorn decided that enough was enough. And using the wealth that he had accumulated from countless adventures, he purchased a serene, secluded homestead far from the tumultuous world. And in this idyllic sanctuary, he and Serana could finally find solace and live out their days in undisturbed tranquility. No longer burdened by the conflicts that had plagued their journey, they could cherish the simple joys of a peaceful life. Together, it was a well-deserved rest, far from the clamor and chaos of the outside world.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.